Hello, welcome to Maupiti Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer, formerly known as Spooky Tuesday. We have accepted the fact that we only play this game now on Tuesdays. Welcome all data pervs. Nina, thank you so much for coming by. Great to see you all. I appreciate the raid, and if anyone is not following Nina Marie already, y'all should definitely do that. She is a wonderful game developer and streamer. Working on her own game, Size Zero, which I'm very excited about, a horror game, and also a game, Don't Nod, which every time I try to remember the name, I forget. Is it in the shout out I just did? No, it's not. But I'm very excited about it. Let me catch up on chat here. Things are covering my chat. Salt Ranger, Adventure Josh, great to see you. Saltbot connected. Perfect. I'm glad to hear it. It's good to know Saltbot is standing by when necessary. Adventure Josh said, restream invite message. Spreadsheets always make me think of 3 in 3. I don't know what that is. We are going to make spreadsheets today. Exciting news for everyone. We have a spreadsheet already that's like a timeline, but I think we need to start keeping track of dialogue. There's a huge number of questions in this game that you can ask people, and I think it's time to keep track of who we have asked what. There is one particular category of questions, which is like different topics that you can unlock as you go through the game. And I think that's the one we're going to start with. There's also like these 2 different categories where it's like, what were you doing at this hour of the day? Or did you see anything unusual at this hour of the day? So like there's 2 lists of like every hour of the day for like 2 different days almost, during which the game takes place. I'm not going to keep track of all that yet, but it is a possibility. To some degree, we're keeping track of that stuff here, but I haven't really kept track of, who I've asked all these questions, and it's possible there's some interesting info that we might get as a response for one of those. But I'm only going to do that if we get really desperate. I feel like this one category of topics is going to be the most interesting and the most worthwhile to make sure we've asked everybody every question. 6-7 said a spreadsheet is not a database, but it could help. I would agree with some other folks that is basically a database. I think that's accurate. That's like the is a hot dog a sandwich debate. Interesting. I suppose I see the similarity. Culinary Disaster, thank you so much for your subscription with Prime Gaming for 25 months. Holy crap. I appreciate all the support. Also good to see you. Rationally Rational, Hinton, Silver, Kyle and Error. I feel like I just said 6-7, but we're doubling up to make sure. Nino, of course. Who have I missed? There's too much chat to catch up on, so I think I'll skip some. Apologies. If you said anything you want to make sure I saw, feel free to repeat it. Afton, great to see you. I don't know why Automod keeps I guess we learned at one point that if you approve something through Automod, I think it's like a temporary 24-hour approval or something. I think I remember learning that at some point. So that's probably why we have to keep telling Automod to not worry about the word perv. Fraggle Rock, good to see you. We've reached this point. Yes, we have. Sadly, or perhaps fortunately, finally at last, depending on your point of view. Spreadsheet is not a database is a popular phrase, though, and I agree with the sentiment. Yeah. I mean, if you're speaking purely in computing terms, like making a spreadsheet of something is not a good way to do things that you would be better off using a database for. In our case, we don't really need those features, so we're going to make a spreadsheet on paper, just like they did in the olden times. Semantics proof. Yes. Thank you, Efton, for finding another one that we have to manually approve. Unsecret Crush says, I'm incensed every time another car runs into me in Truck Sim, and I am the one that gets a ticket. They saw me merging. They should have braked sooner. I agree. If a car runs into you, they should get the ticket. That's their fault. I mean, you may have committed a traffic violation also, but I don't think you should get ticketed for that. Most importantly related to Unsecret Crush trucking, she is doing a special Valentine's Day trucking stream tomorrow, which I'm very excited about. That'll be at 8 o'clock or so Eastern, I believe. If you check her schedule, that should show you the time in your local time zone. Okay. I loaded up our last save from last week, but then I came here in the starting area just so we could get some music while I'm making this fucking spreadsheet. Although, now that I've said that, I think... Oh no, I have a... just so we can keep the music going, I'll open the screenshot I took. Oh no, where's my screenshot? Oh, I put it in my notes. Okay, I've got a screenshot that is a list of all the questions. I guess I do also have that in my notebook. It's probably slightly more convenient. Let's see. There it is. Okay. There are a couple that aren't in here. Let me add those. So at the top we have Marie's enemies. Maupiti in general. Marie's habits. These are categories that are already there from the start of the game. And then we have Juste's murderer. Juste is a... I guess we've been told he's like a handyman on the island. He's also been described as the last of the Maupitis, and he is the first one to die within the time period of actual gameplay, at least. I guess we don't know of any other deaths other than the two that happened during the game. But he dies around 2 a.m. on the first night where we're again, actually playing the game. It's the second night we're on the island. And he gets his throat slit and then seems to be thrown in the water, perhaps off the pier, where our boat is. We're currently in our cabin on the boat. Next topic is Lucie's departure. We don't know that much about Lucie other than that she is a woman that used to live on the island and basically left. There's a decent amount of things going on here that aren't really explained very well. There are a bunch of women that are sex workers, and there's also like this topic of white slavery keeps coming up. And like, I guess actually, I was going to say it is unclear if perhaps some of these women are, being forced to stay here on Maupiti Island. But we got a little bit of information about the whole white slavery thing, and it seems like that's about people being taken away to somewhere else other than here. So I think that is correct given what we know. But whatever the reason, Lucie had to like figure out a way off the island. I guess like she just, couldn't afford to do anything other than be a stowaway on the fishing boat to get out of here. So that's kind of all we know about her. She seems to have some similarities to Marie, who is the woman that we're investigating that went missing. Um, just like similar, like personality, activities, stuff like that. Um, there's a statue at a pond that's like a monkey. I think it's considered a god named Wallaso. That is like a statue the Maupitis put there. It has some writing on it that took a little bit of effort to look at. But we did finally get a close up of it, and it is unfortunately both probably in another language and also like a lot of the letters are missing. So I haven't really figured out what it says yet, but it seems like there's something interesting going on with it. It's an area that seems like there has to be something to it, but at this point, it's still a bit of a mystery. We have a couple things that aren't in my screenshot here. The shots at one point, two men named Roy and Chris get shot at 10 a.m. on the second day. And interestingly, they each say that the other person was the one being shot at. We haven't really figured out that much about what's going on there. Next is the body on the South Beach, which that's Marie. At least if we fail at the game, it's unclear to me if we can prevent Marie's death. I feel like the game kind of suggests that we could. Like there's characters that like say, oh, if you had done your job right, you could have prevented this. And also like the game seems to always end within a few hours of that death. So that just kind of feels like it's a suggestion that we could have prevented it. At the very least, you know, it seems like we need to have figured out who the murderer is by then. There's a bunch of gaps in this section of the list of questions. The next one we have unlocked is relationship between Bob and Marie, which we actually learned a bunch more about pretty recently. I should really get my chat back up here. I'm probably missing so much. Game Dev Jeff. Thank you so much for 7 months of support. I appreciate that very much, and I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Bob and Marie. I'm trying to remember exactly what we learned recently. Have you thought about turning chat into text-to-speech so you don't have to look at it? No, I have not, but that would be great. Let me catch up a little bit here, just in case there's any like questions about the things I am saying. Unsecret Crush is talking about trucks, it looks like. Valen trucking sounds delightful. Indeed it does. Have you looked into head tracking software that works with those games so you can check mirrors? Oh, in the trucking games. That would be pretty cool. I don't think she's gotten to that point yet. I will be curious if she ever gets so into trucking that she buys like a steering wheel peripheral or pedals or anything like that. Okay, so most of this is trucking chat, which is great. I'm skipping a lot of it. Game Dev just said you could also turn chat into frogs so they can't speak. That's a great idea. If only like we can do emotes only, but if only we could do frog emotes only, that would be ideal, frankly. One emote only, frog. I think we could allow different types of frog. Please chat in frog emotes only until I'm caught up explaining things here to both everyone else and also kind of like ultimately this part of the stream is a lot of me reminding myself about where we're at so far, which is necessary after a week of not playing it. Dronon, great to see you. Glad to have our resident Maupiti Island expert in the chat. I hope you are doing well. What's our total progress? Total progress. Very good. If we click on this, we get 17%. I don't know if that's what you were asking or if you're just making a frog joke. Oh, sorry. That's what I was referring to. If you click on this condition over here. Actually, speaking of which, I'm going to rest. We're going to sleep. Okay. And then I'm going to click this. Hopefully that kind of pauses things. Derek Ironbutt, hello. Good to see you. Okay, back to the spreadsheet here. So relationship between Bob and Marie. So we found some notes in Bob's cabin. Bob is the captain of the ship that we came in on. We arrived here because, I want to say Madagascar. I think we started at Madagascar. We were corresponding with a friend in Japan who invited us to come there. So we were on this boat to Japan, and there was a hurricane. In order to avoid the hurricane, like the nearest place to safely get out of the path of that was Maupiti Island. So that's how we wound up here. And Bob, the captain of the boat, seems to be corresponding with someone who was like maybe protecting Marie or something. Let me see. Okay, so one of the notes said, shipment tomorrow. This is a little bit broken up because I was trying to write quickly. Shipment tomorrow, Monday during the night. Place will be indicated to you the next time. If you agree, hoist the yellow flag, Lady in Black. We've also found some references to this Lady in Black in the cabin of Chris, who I kind of think might be some sort of like undercover, like cop or secret agent. Like, I don't know exactly, but it seems like he's not a fisherman as he claims, at the very least. And also, like, the stuff he has in his cabin kind of suggests he's maybe trying to like figure out what's going on here as well or something. It's unclear exactly what he's doing, but he's certainly up to something. And then the follow-up note said, I'm disappointed, counted on your boat. Embarrassing situation. Have to take serious measures. Accept my offer or I will no longer be responsible for Marie's life. So it sounds like Bob was doing something to try to protect Marie in some way. There's also references like, God, what? Something about dying and being a ghost on a ship or something for Marie. I can't remember exactly what people have said about Bob and Marie, but he's clearly very dedicated to her. Allow everyone to speak as soon as he notices I've done this. Frog mode begins now. Oh, did you put on emote mode? Emote only mode? Thank you. You can let people speak again if they wish, but I do encourage frog emotes to continue until I'm caught up here. Okay, so our next topic is very related, the Lady in Black. Then we have Marie's bookshelf. That is, there's a bookshelf in Marie's room that gets broken into actually during the game. Like, there's a bunch of damage to items in the room. There's a window pane is shattered. And we made an exciting discovery last week. I had long ago noticed that there was a piece of glass in the fish tank. And like, the fish tank is a little bit of a ways away from the broken window. So it seemed a little weird that glass would get in there. So I finally thought to try to move the fish tank. And sure enough, we were able to move it. And also there is a like secret storage compartment behind it where we found a couple of things. But like, that broken glass is there from the start. But then later on during the, I think, first day of gameplay, someone breaks into the bookcase, which has glass doors and is locked. And it looks like they've taken a book. There's one spot I finally noticed where like there's tiny little pixelated book textures, and the one spot looks like it's blank. It's much darker. We can't really get any information from the game to like acknowledge that, but it seems clear someone took a book. We haven't figured out anything beyond that. I strongly suspect it was Chris, just based on where he is during that time. But beyond that, I don't really know. Next topic is Juste's death. That gets unlocked as soon as we learn that Juste has died. And then the Juste's murderer topic, we have to talk to someone to learn that he was in fact murdered, and it wasn't just an accident or something. The strong box is a box that appears in the pond next to the monkey statue. That shows up at, I think, 5 a.m. on the first night, second morning. Yeah, 5 a.m. We know almost nothing about it. I do suspect it is related to the shipment that is mentioned in that note in Bob's cabin. Because that kind of matches up. Shipment tomorrow, Monday, during the night. Like 5 a.m. on Monday. Like, that seems like it's got to be what this is talking about. At 7 a.m., the strongbox disappears. It doesn't seem like there's any way to do anything with it. Like, it's in the water, and I can't figure out any way to like fish it out or inspect it in any way. And we haven't really learned anything about it. White slavery, we talked about a little bit already. We haven't learned too much else about what the deal is with that. And then the locked room is Lucie's room. We finally, after many, many streams, asked the right person about the locked room, and that's how we learned about Lucie, who used to be staying in that room. We also know that Maguy double locks rooms when there is no one staying there. So does that mean we have to find 2 keys to get in that room? Maybe we can never go in that room. I don't know. It's an interesting thing to think about. We have a key. We have found a key that belongs to a woman named Anita, who we haven't found a use for it. So yeah, that's all the topics, and now I'm going to write them all down. I probably should have been writing as I was explaining them, but that's too many things for me to think about all at once. Let's see. I think we'll do names along the top, and then along the left side, I will write down all the topics. And the tricky part is both leaving me room to write all this and then also leaving me room to write notes about what people say. I think we'll manage. Okay, so... And then we got holes to deal with. Marie's enemies. And I can't write correctly. Also a problem to deal with. Maupiti. Marie's habits. I guess I should try to make use of the grid here a little bit. Let's kind of... Here's a pencil. If you want me to pass a draft copy... I'm going to be busier than usual for the next 5 weeks. The game guide will be on hold, but I'm about to finish the section on location hints, non-obvious things, just into mild spoilers. If you want me to pass a draft copy of that to anyone here, let me know. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. So I'm going to give myself 3 squares for each question. We'll see how that works out. Okay, that gives me room for 14. I'll go 4 squares for each one. Need my big eraser. This is just the tedium of doing this, working out how to write this all down is part of the reason I didn't want to do it on stream. But also, I'm very stubborn. I don't just want to like use a computer. You know, obviously they had computers back when this game came out, but I feel like certainly if I was playing this back then, I would have done all my notes by hand. So I'm trying to stay true to, you know, like roughly how I would have played this game when it came out. I would have not played it because I was not old enough, probably. Okay. But if I had. Next, let's see. I'm gonna leave gaps, I guess, for the questions we don't have yet. That seems like the least confusing way to do it. That will require me to guess a little bit about how many questions are in these gaps, but we'll do our best. Juste Murderer is next. Lucie's Departure. Statue at the Pond. The real question is, how many names can I fit across the top? Can I get everyone in there? I do not know. Okay, so the next, this is where we hit a lot of empty spots. I wish I was going to overlay these 2 screenshots I have, but I forgot to do that. Let me see if I can guess here. I feel like we have 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty sure we have 20 topics total, so this gap here is 6. Okay. And somewhere in here is the body on the South Beach. I guess I won't worry about that yet because we don't really get a ton of opportunity to ask people about that. We'll fill that in later. Okay, so we have 10 per page. I think the ink kind of bleeds through this paper, so I'm going to leave the backs blank. I was thinking it's a shame we can't get some of this game's other tunes, but actually we can. Let me read a newspaper, and then we'll get different newspaper reading music. I think the paper's in here. Oh, it's this. It doesn't change it. Okay. Okay. Well, I did my best. I think if you read something in a different room, you will get a different song. But I guess in this context, it doesn't change it. Okay. So then we're going to have 2 more blank spots, and then relationship between Bob and Marie. And then another blank spot. Hello. And then Lady in Black. Hello on Secret Crush. Oh, you're not getting any. Oh, no game audio on this scene. What? I'm so sorry. Thank you for alerting me to this problem. One moment. Let me fix this. This shouldn't take long. Let's see. We want the game audio. That's the one. And then we want to go back here. Oh, wait. Game audio is right there. What? 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 It should be there. Yeah, currently we're solving a mystery in OBS. Let me try deleting this. I don't think this will do anything. Hello, Davor. It's good to see you. We will eventually get back to my spreadsheet, and then someday we'll play Maupiti Island some more. Maybe before 10 if we're lucky. I'm not going to poke at this too long, but I just want to check one more thing here real quick. Monitor and output. I genuinely have no idea why the audio is not coming through. Oh! What? What? Huh. What did I do? What did I do? DOSBox X. Yeah, okay. My audio setup is all correct. Yeah, I tried turning on that game inset to see if it would. Wait, now I hit the inset and now it's fine. Okay, OBS is cursed. Mystery solved. It's cursed. But at least it's fixed, and we have audio here now. That makes no sense. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Marie's bookshelf. Juiced stuff. Strongbox. White slavery. Locked room. Okay, we did it. He said the correct incantation by accident. I guess I did. OBS being OBS. Yeah, it does that. Derek, I'm scrolling back a little bit just to make sure I didn't miss too much. Derek Einbrett said they had computers, yes, but probably not multitasking on the home computer, so it had to be paper. Yeah, definitely. And, you know, most people at most had a single computer and, you know, not a phone or a tablet or anything like that to use along with it. So. Dicebor, good to see you. You go CIA mode and just start torturing people until they say what you want. We did experiment with that. Like, I still kind of feel bad about it. I punched a guy who I do kind of suspect pretty strongly that he is a murderer, but I also felt a little bit bad about punching him. Like, I gave him a black eye, or like he looked visibly beaten up after I did it, and it didn't really get us anywhere. There's various things you can do to, like, there's a debate menu, and hitting a person is apparently a method of debate in this game. But there's other things you can do, like bribe with money. You can show a person something. You can give it to them. You can remember things people say and then repeat those things later. So, like, there's all this different stuff you can do, and I've been trying to, like, experiment with it occasionally and try to make sense of how to use it effectively. But, like, none of that has been used by me in a useful way. Like, it sometimes makes a character respond differently, but I never get any useful information after having done so, is what I'm trying to say. I'm still so curious if the bribe fight are just baits or what. Yeah, like, the one useful thing I've learned about bribing, and I would guess also fighting, is, like, if you upset someone, which you could do, for example, by following them and getting caught following them, or if you like go into their room while they're sleeping. In those situations, like, that character will refuse to talk to you, which is totally reasonable, right? But if you use bribery or, I think, violence, you can get them to talk in those situations. So, like, that could potentially be useful, but so far in the game, like, there hasn't been a situation where, like, I would need to do that as opposed to just, you know, waiting until a different time and talking to that person. Because, like, that's all you have to do to, like, resolve that situation. So, I don't know. But certainly, like, you know, I could foresee a scenario where, like, once we've figured more things out and I'm, like, trying to, like, get everything I know I need to do in, like, a single playthrough, like, you know, maybe that's a context where that could become more important. I don't know. Okay, so we've got all our topics. Now we need names. Oh, I skipped a page. That's my Perfect Tides map. That's fine. We'll just have to skip around that. I could tear the page out, but I don't think I want to do that. Okay, so names on the top. We'll do the names in the same order we have here. So this is tricky because, like, I want to have a lot of room, but I also would like to get all the... Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have Marie here, but we've never seen her while she's alive, so it seems unlikely we will ever be able to question her. I would assume if we do ever get to talk to her, it would be pretty late in the game, so I'm not going to worry about that. So we have 9 people. So let me try to figure this out. 3. Okay. So yeah, we'll do 3 square. Like, this isn't a lot of room, but also, like, I think we can make it work. Because most people are not going to have an interesting response to the questions, so I'm not going to bother to do anything other than, like, put an X or whatever to indicate that we've asked that person and they didn't say anything interesting. Okay, so we have Bob, Anton. Those are the 2 guys on our boat. Then we have Bruce, Roy, and Chris. Those are the guys on the fishing boat. We have Maggie, Sue, and Anita. Maggie owns the brothel, basically. Sue and Anita are sex workers there. I assume Marie was also. And then Juste, as we said earlier, is the handyman. Okay. Oh, we need to do this on the second page also. Anton, Bruce, Roy, Chris. I'm sure I got that in the right order, or I will get confused later. Okay, Maggie, Sue, Anita. Okay. We've prepared our spreadsheet for data entry. Now we just got to fill it all in. I'm not gonna like try to do that all at once. I just wanted to like get this started, so like as we go through the game in the future, I can make note of things. I will be today, making more of an effort to fill this out. That said, just so we can get as much of this information down as we can, I'm gonna put grid lines across here so I make sure everything lines up. Silver said, it's not punchki, but I got some normal filled donuts delivered. I'm glad to hear that. We've been discussing on Discord, got some nice lemon filled ones, which is my favorite. This is a Polish tradition on Fat Tuesday, which is I don't know much about the actual holiday. All I know is the delicious treat involved. I think it's like before Ash Wednesday, like a way to like use up all these ingredients you're trying to get rid of, if I remember correctly. But it's basically, they're just donuts, usually with some kind of like filling in them, and then like the ones we got are powdered sugar on top, but you know, like usually something on top like glaze or sugar or something like that. Last chance to enjoy life before 40 days of fasting. Yes. Clearly I can't talk and draw lines at the same time. If only. This takes a lot of concentration. Oh no. Screwed up. Just before I did that, I was thinking this would be faster if I had a ruler. We have rulers in the house. Okay, grids. So many grids. Deborah says games design is so interesting. Yeah, I really find it fascinating, and like between this and I almost said Mystery Club, Murder Club, like is making me really want to make like a detective murder game myself. I feel like I don't know that I do a good job of writing that kind of story, but I would love to take a lot of the ideas in both of these games and try to like modernize them a little bit, by which I mostly mean make them more approachable. And just kind of experiment with it. It's like I feel like there's a lot of cool ideas in both these games that it just kind of did not get used much in the genre. Like the basic idea of like, you know, going around and asking people questions and like investigating in order to solve a mystery, like that's definitely still there, but like I feel like it almost got too simplified. Also, you know, it could be that I just, you know, I don't play enough of these games, you know, maybe I'm missing all the good stuff, but that's what it feels like to me. Nancy Crush says, everything I know about Lent, I did not learn in church. I did not grow up in a Lent-observing church. Same. Got too guided, IMO. Yeah, like that's the impression, that's the way I felt about more modern games that I've played. Which, like, to some degree is understandable, you know, like, that's a way to make things more approachable, but, like, I feel like just a lot of games go too far with that. And, like, you know, the whole idea of, like, a detective mystery game is to solve a mystery, right? So, like, it's okay for there to be some, like, difficulty and challenge there, I feel like. I feel like there has to be ways to like take some of these ideas and retain some of the difficulty, but also make it a little bit more approachable. Okay, let's actually play the game now. I think we're ready. Normal filled as in glazed donut that has been filled with jelly. Sorry for the confusion. Got it. The ones we get, like, there's a city north of Detroit called Hamtramck that used to have a very large Polish American population. I guess that has changed somewhat over the years because it continued to attract a lot of immigrants. So it's not as big as of a Polish American population these days, but very, very known for like the place to go get a punchek or several. And like I've never gone out of my way to get one from an actual Polish bakery. I would love to. But like that's a bit of a trek, and I've never done any research to find out if there's somewhere closer I could go to. I was thinking about that earlier, and I think I might look into that and see if there's any options. But the ones we get, like it's a very popular tradition in this area, Detroit metro area at least. So like any grocery store, like most grocery stores will have them, just like in a more like less authentic, not freshly made varieties. I mean, they're not that much different from like a filled donut or whatever, but like that's fine. Like I'm happy to just be able to get lemon filled donuts from any store on one day of the year. Like that's good enough for me. But I would love to have like a more authentic homemade one sometime, although that would probably ruin the store-bought ones for me. Lemon sounds like a good filling. Yeah, it's definitely my favorite. I don't know. I like lemon stuff in general. Apparently it's a thing in Chicago too, which makes sense because there's allegedly so many Polish people in Chicago. The entire state school system used to take Kazimierz Pulaski Day off. You've told me about that before, I think. I don't know anything about that. My grandfather was Polish, but I don't really know that much about anything Polish. A Polish nobleman, soldier, and military commander who's been called the father of American cavalry or the soldier of liberty. Interesting. Fought for independence and freedom in Poland and the United States. I say allegedly because that's always what I was told. Being a Southern Illinoisan, I grew up learning facts about Chicago said with a disdainful tone. Okay, sure, that makes sense. All right, so I loaded up the last time I saved, which let's get out of the screen and we can see what time it is. Okay, so this is the last day of the game. It is currently 2:30 p.m. So we're getting close to the point where Marie dies. I think in order to live as long as we can, let's sleep one more time here. Oh, I'm going to have to do a lot of flipping back and forth. More page flipping than ever before. Those dirty Northerners on checks notes my own state. Indeed. Okay, so we're still worn out. Let's do one more. Okay, we're still worn out, but we're less on the worn out scale than before, probably. So it's 4:30 now on the second day. 4:30 p.m. Okay. This is a part where we don't know what a lot of people are up to. So let's first go out to the pier. Okay, Anton's here. We have our first person we can badger with questions. So let's start with that. And then if we're able to, it would be great to fill in people's schedules more for this portion of the game. So your opinion on is the section we're trying to be thorough about here. Marie's enemies.
Anita was jealous of Marie, but you couldn't say they were enemies.
Okay. That is like not a ton of like. I think I'm just gonna write like a brief summary. Anita jealous of her. Like in other cases, I might be inclined to just put an X for that. Like that's not anything particularly interesting. And like a lot of responses you can get from multiple people, like the exact same text. So something like that just seems a little bit generic, but...
Before the white man came to the island, the Maupitis lived happily. Now they all left.
White man drove them away. Dronan says, my friend's basement, electrical, and furnace equipment were unhelpfully labeled with Polish abbreviations badly scribbled on them. They're paranoid about touching anything. Like anything electrical that you don't understand, I feel like is best to be paranoid about. Marie's habits.
I don't know anything about it. I'm not her guy.
Not her guy. So that will definitely just put an X. Juste murderer. Oh, we don't have that. But this is great because I think this is who we learn about that from. So if we do Juste's death.
Chris looked at Juste's body. He told us that his throat had been cut before he was dumped in the water.
So Chris said his throat was slit. Interestingly, if we ask Chris about Juste's death, he does not bring that up. So I feel like specifically keeping in mind that Anton tells us Chris said that is worth remembering. I don't know if that's important, but it seems interesting that Chris doesn't ever mention it himself. So now we can ask about Juste's murder.
It's Bruce. He hates blacks. Go find out why.
He said Bruce, right? Silver says, take it from me, never trust electricity. Yeah, for sure. If we asked you what Chris would say that Juste would have thought. Okay, Lucie's departure.
Ask Roy. He helped her get away.
Roy helped her get away. Doing my best to write this small but legible enough for me to figure out what it says later.
Wallace was the guardian of the pond.
Okay. And then we got lots of blanks. Only home of the albino squirrels. Interesting. Next one we have is Lady in Black. Oh, so we're missing Bob Marie relationship. Oh, we can also get that from Anton. So if we ask about Bob, we can get that one filled in. We'll do Lady in Black since we're on the menu here.
I know that a lady in black contacted Bob. That's all I can tell you.
And then let's ask about Bob.
Marie's disappearance was quite a blow to him.
This is another list of things that we might want to keep track of at some point. And then we have scheduling. What have you noticed? I don't know if asking people what you're doing, like, I don't know how important that might be to keep track of. But again, all the other stuff we're hopefully not going to have to get to. I hope. I really don't want to have to make spreadsheets for like every topic in this. Strongbox.
Who put it in the bond and why? That's what I'd like to know.
Dan Van Dam, hello. Thank you so much for coming by. Who puts it there? We're making spreadsheets today. I hope you had a great stream. We're playing Maupiti Island, a detective mystery game from originally 90 for Amiga and then 1991 for DOS, which is the version we're playing. It's very difficult and there's a lot to keep track of. So I finally decided I need to write more things down. On this, the 12th stream I've done of this game. We're making progress every week, but it is a little bit slow at times. So hopefully this will help me keep track of everything better. I'm doing good, thank you. How are you? And how was Choice Chamber? I have not heard of it. I hope you had a good time. This one is pretty zany, a lot of writing and keeping notes. Yeah, for sure. Have you played it yourself? Let's see. So I've resorted to keeping track of notes for just this one specific list of questions, which seems like the most interesting.
According to the papers, the network runs through the Seychelles, and the Seychelles are right next door, so to speak.
This is a list of topics that we can unlock as we go through the game. And we've learned a lot of interesting things here. Doing well. Choice Chamber was pretty fun. We were playing some of the Sinking City for a bit and ended with Choice Chamber. Nice.
I couldn't say.
Okay. Nothing to say about the locked room. Let's go back and get the couple we missed here. Okay, so we do have Bob and Marie relationship now.
You can't believe everything you hear.
And for anyone new here, I'm Robot Spacer. Lately, every time I get a raid, I kind of forget to like introduce myself and stuff. But I stream twice a week on Tuesdays and Fridays. Tuesdays, I usually do some sort of like mystery game or spooky game. Fridays, I try to do something a little bit more lighthearted. For a while now, I've been playing this game, and also on Fridays, Conquest of Camelot, which has also been a little challenging, though also like I've missed a lot of streams of it. So I haven't been playing that one for nearly as long. But both have been a lot of fun. My biggest gripe with open-ended mystery games is that ask everyone about everything is very optimal and very boring, and I don't know what to do about that. Yeah, that is a good point. Although, like, I mean, ultimately, like, I feel like being a real detective is probably a lot of, like, tedium and, like, I don't know how you can, you know, give that same kind of like experience without making it at least a little bit tedious. Um, I do feel like ideally, like it's great when you can find something like a bit more naturally that just gives you like a little bit of a hint about what you need to, be asking about. Um, so like I feel like finding the right amount of like little hints to sprinkle about to help you figure out, what questions are the ones worth asking. I feel like is probably a good thing to like think about to help with that. Adventure Josh says, I think any sort of text adventure, point and click, etc., has the same problem. If you don't know what to do, you're stuck or you flail. Right. Like, I mean, it's definitely um, a common issue like that can happen in any of those types of games. Um, but I feel like, uh, like this game is a great example. Like you have so many dialogue options, and Murder Club was pretty similar, though like not quite as dramatic. Um, where it's just like there's so many possible things you can do. So if you get stuck and you're just like you're missing what you need, or maybe there is no hint in the game to help you figure out what that thing is that you're missing. Like there's just so much to slog through and like click through every single possible dialogue option to find it. Okay. I feel like we missed. Yeah, Marie's bookshelf we missed, and then we're done with Anton. Marie's bookshelf.
I couldn't say.
Okay. X. Dronan says, gotta give props to the early Police Quest games for the tedium of office procedure, but after a while, yeah, I haven't played any Police Quest game, but I've watched some other folks play them, and like that kind of thing is like it's a little bit interesting to me, to force you to like remember to do everything properly, but also like I can imagine it gets a little tedious and a little frustrating. Like having to type out in a parser game, especially like every step of what you're doing is doesn't quite replicate the experience of like doing everything in a proper way in real life. Adventure Josh says, suppose puzzle games, it's much more natural to box the player in so that solutions are more obvious. While a mystery, that would feel weird. Right. Davor said, thinking about how to meaningfully pare down possibility space, I think has to be an important function of accessibility for the modern audience. Yeah, I agree. Adventure Josh says, contradiction spot the liar does it like a point and click, having boxed in segments to limit the space. Okay. I haven't played that one yet. I am curious about it, though. Davor says, and I'm talking about an able player here, too. Yeah. This game does zero paring down of the possibility space. Yeah. Okay, so we've gone through all this, all the ones we've unlocked with Anton, and time's a wasting. So let's finish up here. Yeah, I think Contradiction is the same devs as at Dead of Night, though I think it is a pretty different game. Like both FMV games, but very different gameplay style. Okay, so it's currently it's 4:40. So let's check the schedule here. We could maybe just follow Anton? No, we know what he's doing for the next few hours, and he'll probably spot us before he gets to anywhere new. So let's go somewhere else, see if we can find someone else to either question or follow. Bob's good. Let's talk to Bob.
What do you want?
Your opinion on Marie's enemies. Everyone loves Marie.
Girls like her don't have enemies.
None.
The place isn't bad, but I wouldn't want to live there.
Not bad. I wish we could, like, stay in the same menu unless I back out of it.
She's a great diver. She's explored all the depths around the island.
That comes up in a few different places. And I don't know what to make of it. Getselius, hello. Welcome. Great to see you. Hope you had a good stream. And I hope y'all like spreadsheets, because that's what we're doing today. Oh, you were playing Perfect Tide Station to Station. Nice. I hope you enjoyed it. I loved playing through that on Friday, and I'm so excited for the full game. From one island to another. Hello, Wizard of Waldorf. Good to see you. We are playing Maupiti Island. I'm Robot Spacer. We've been at this one for a while, but we're slowly making progress. I decided it was time to finally keep track of everyone's responses to this list of questions here. And hopefully this will help me. Ideally, it will help me learn something new. Like, if I learn one new thing from this process, I will have felt it was worthwhile. But even if I don't, at least I'll have a spreadsheet I can look at to tell me, okay, you know, have I asked this person this already? So, like, I think it'll at least save me time. And honestly, like, that ultimately is going to be worthwhile. Like, even though I'm spending time to do it, honestly, I should have probably done it a long time ago. Because, like, I keep, you know, every time I talk to someone, I'm like, okay, did I ask them about this? And then, like, every week I'm like, oh yeah, we've asked this guy this every week. Hopefully this time you get closer to the truth of the case. I hope so too. Like, the last couple weeks we've had some pretty exciting discoveries. So I feel like, you know, if nothing else, we're making progress, and we'll get there eventually.
Maybe he knew something about Marie's disappearance.
Knew about Marie? Question mark. Okay, Lucy's departure.
She went exactly where she felt like.
Statue at the pond.
The statue is called Walla, so the Maupitis submerged it in the pond a long time ago.
PTs put it there. Okay, and then we have a big gap. I wish I had any idea how to fill in that gap. Bob-Marie relationship.
You can't believe everything you hear.
So that's the same thing Anton said. it's weird that like it doesn't seem like Bob and Marie having some sort of relationship is a secret. Like everybody seems to know about it. But like when we ask him about it, it's like he doesn't want to admit to it. And it just that seems a little odd to me. Like it doesn't seem like he's trying to keep it a secret. So
I'll prove that it's Anita.
he's convinced that Anita is the lady in black. One of these days I have to hit you on getting access to DOS games and for other cool stuff. Yeah, like be happy to share info on playing DOS games and also Mac games if anyone is interested over on our Discord. I have been meaning to talk about this more. Next month is Marchintosh, which is a month celebrating classic Mac games. There aren't a lot of people that participate in this on Twitch. Like a lot of people participate in it by, like doing things, doing little projects and sharing those projects online, like on Twitter or Mastodon or on their blogs or whatever. A lot of people participate on YouTube, but I don't know about a lot of people participating on Twitch. I did last year and I had a lot of fun. I'm going to try to encourage other people to participate this year. So if anyone has an interest in classic Mac games and you're a Twitch streamer and want to think about checking out some classic Mac games next month, feel free to stop by Discord and ask about it. Happy to help, like, with like setting things up so you can play them on stream. Happy to share what I can about games that might be interesting, anything like that. Jordan says, I have a very nostalgic memory of Puzzle on the Mac. There was a specific version where solving the sliding blocks resulted in a guy's voice saying ta-da, an extremely bored voice. Yeah, I haven't played the... I installed Mini VMac is my favorite Mac emulator, and I finally got around to installing it on my iPad the other day, which is something I've been meaning to do for a while. And it's very fun to have to be able to basically run an old Mac computer on my iPad. And I was just kind of playing around with it, and I usually run System 6, which has a puzzle that's like a jigsaw puzzle. Actually, was that System 7? I don't know. It doesn't matter, but it was a jigsaw puzzle and it was fun. But the sliding block puzzle, I definitely played that a lot, but I haven't played it in a while. I can remember that sound effect though. Not perfectly. I'm not sure what versions that came with. I like the terrible sound effects in 80s Mac games. Yeah. They're very unique. Like there's a lot of digitized sound, as opposed to like, DOS games tend to have like, MIDI music and kind of like that kind of like sound effects. Like you don't come across a lot of digitized audio in DOS games. So like it's very different. Slide puzzle was the Apple logo, I think. Yes, it was. Okay. Marie's bookshelf.
Maguy will tell you what was stolen.
No, she will not. Juice's death.
Brew Bruce didn't come to give us a hand when we dragged Just's body out of the water.
That's interesting. That's interesting. And we just talked to Anton, and Anton is convinced that Bruce is the one that murdered Juste because he's super racist. I don't doubt that he is super racist, but I do wonder if he is the murderer. Like, we haven't really come across anything other than that to suggest he's the murderer. But we got two bits of dialogue now suggesting that maybe he could be. So that does start to make me wonder a little more. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was trying to find. I have a note. Bruce finds Marie's body, and he vomits after finding that body. So I kind of think what's going on here is that he just he knows that he's gonna get sick from looking at that body up close, and he doesn't want to do that. That's kind of what I think is going on there. Just looking at my other notes about Bruce here. At one point, Roy says he's nervous. That's after Juice's body is found. Roy is acting really nervous. Sorry, Bruce is acting really nervous, according to Roy. But is that I just killed a guy and I'm worried about getting caught nervous? Or is that oh shit, a guy just died, I'm worried about who else is going to get murdered nervous? Kind of hard to say. Oh, okay. We're also told that Bruce seems nervous on the first day, very early on the first day. Which, I assume that is related to Marie going missing. That's the only thing we know of to be nervous about at that point. But it is interesting that people keep describing Bruce as being nervous. Okay. Connor says, my entire memory of that game is spending most of a weekend at my mom's university while she was editing a creative writing journal. Interesting. Adventure Josh said, Amiga had a similar time frame, but did not develop a strong culture of weird little voice clips in games. Okay. Interesting. I was always fascinated by the Amiga, but never really got to spend much time with them. Just didn't encounter them very often. We had a Mac at home, so obviously we're not ever going to get another computer for many years. And then just didn't ever encounter them at school. There's one particular case, like I can kind of like picture a place in my head that had an Amiga, but I don't remember the context of that. Strongbox.
Who put it in the pond and why? That's what I'd like to know.
I'm just gonna put a question mark. I mean, I'll probably get confused by that later, but
I don't have anything to say about that.
that's an X. Locked room.
I don't have anything to say
Another
about
X.
that.
Okay. It's the oh wow, a dead body, don't tell the cops I was here nervous. Perhaps. Okay. Oh gosh, we got a bunch more people here. I guess we're doing this, we might as well keep doing it. So let's question Maggie next.
You need me for something, love. Everyone adored her. I'm listening.
Oh, what did I just do? I misclicked. Maupiti.
Taking care of an island like Maupiti requires lots of work during the busy season. I don't have enough girls to go around.
Huh. I don't know that we've ever asked her that. That was definitely an unfamiliar response. During what season?
Taking care
Busy
of an
season,
island like Maupiti requires lots of work during the busy season. I don't have enough girls to go around.
Huh. Next is Marie's habits.
She has the odd habit of drinking a cup of tea before bed. I prepared it for her myself.
Oh. See, we're learning all kinds of things here. So there's a tea cup on Marie's nightstand. So now we have a little bit of context for that. And we also know that Maggie prepared it. What does that mean exactly? Mostly that makes me want to investigate that teacup more. Like, I don't know. Juice murderer.
I think it's Chris. We don't know anything about him, and ever since he came, everything has gone wrong.
Okay. Check it for poison. Yeah, like, I mean, I don't think poison makes sense given what we know, but like maybe she was drugged or something. But like, I also can't think of why Maggie would have been involved in that. And especially like if she was involved in anything like that, why would she admit that she's the one that prepared the tea just now? But regardless, like the fact that she brings it up at all makes me think, oh, maybe I should investigate that more. Like, I know we've looked at it. I can't remember if I like, tried to smell the teacup, for example. Like that's the most useful thing I can think of to try. We should certainly check our other verbs to see if there's any other worth trying. Was anything missing, like a ring or a necklace? There's a lot of interesting things going on in Marie's room. Um, there's a brooch on her bed that belonged to Marie, but it's like it's just kind of laying there. Um, there is last week we found a secret compartment behind a fish tank, and it looks like if you move the fish tank out, it ends up closer to the window in the room, and the window is broken, and there's a piece of glass in the fish tank. So I'm pretty sure that fish tank was moved out when that glass window was broken. Like, that seems like a decent bet. There's also damage to the fish tank as well, I think. So like, I don't know what happened there. It's kind of hard to tell. Like, I don't know if maybe some shots were fired or something like that. But like, it seems like something happened while someone was trying to get into that secret compartment behind the fish tank. But also, there were still things in there. It's hard to know if anything was missing or not. So yeah, there's like kind of like a lot of things in this game. Like, every time we find something new, it just leaves me with more questions. Um, but yeah, I feel like piecing together more of what happened when Marie went missing is probably going to be useful. Juste murderer.
I think it's Chris.
Right,
We don't know anything about him, and ever since he came, everything has gone wrong.
Just gonna sum that up as don't know him. So Chris, like, I don't know if he's a murderer, but he's definitely hiding something. Like, it seems to me like he's pretending to be a fisherman in order to like figure out what's going on this island. Like, that kind of makes it seem like he's ultimately like a good guy, but it's hard to be sure if that is the case.
She went exactly where she felt like.
Statue at the pond.
It's the god of Maupiti. I forget his name.
Okay. Maybe a sloppy break-in entry. Yeah, like, that was kind of what I thought when I first saw the broken window. But once we figured out the stuff about the fish tank, like, I suspect that the window was not broken while breaking into the room. Like, I feel like that might have happened after. Does being a fisherman give him access to anything like a vantage point or to certain areas? Yeah, I don't know. Like, my assumption is just that, like, you know, it was a job and a way for him to. Well, actually, he hangs around with Roy a lot. And like, my best guess as to the reason for that is like he knows Roy is up to something, which I certainly think he is. So like, he's trying to, you know, get close to Roy to learn about, you know, what Roy is doing, and you know, get closer to that whole situation, you know, for whatever end he's trying to accomplish. So yeah, I don't know if Roy is also on the fishing boat. So I don't know if he became a fisherman specifically because of Roy, or if it was just a convenient. No, I suddenly had the thought that, oh right, why did the guy he replaced go missing? I don't know that we've learned much about that. Like, for all we know, Chris killed that guy. He's mentioned briefly, but I don't think we get a lot of information about it. I don't know if I have notes on it anywhere. I don't know where they would be. Watney Little? I don't think so. But you never know, I guess. Bob and Marie.
Bob would go to hell for her. He would spend eternity on a ghost ship if it were with her.
That's the line I was trying to remember earlier. Bob would go to hell for her. Lady in Black.
I know that a lady in black contacted Bob. That's all I can tell you.
Marie's bookshelf. She's not going to tell us what was stolen.
I'm like you, this bookshelf intrigues me.
So that was not her original response to that question. I can't remember exactly what she originally said. I think she basically said something along the line, it's got books on it. Which is not very helpful. And then I tried experimenting with the debate menu, and let's see, which slot was it?
I don't know who that is. Whenever a room is empty, Maguy double-locks it. Maguy will tell you what was stolen.
That line I repeated to Maggie just to see how she would respond to it. And she changed her dialogue, which was fascinating, but it's not really anything useful. And I experimented with, repeating stuff to other people, and like most of the time you get a response that's more obvious, like, why are you telling me this kind of response.
Poor Just, what an awful way to go. We'll miss him.
Strongbox.
All I can tell you is that right now Bruce is using his brain box, and believe you me, it's not a strong box.
That's such a weird, like, just dunking on Bruce. Like, it seems unrelated to anything.
You can't believe everything you hear.
Huh. That's it's a weird response to the white slavery topic.
that room's empty. It was Lucie's room, but she left a while ago.
Lucie's room left a while ago. It's unclear exactly how long ago a while is. Okay, that's it for Maggie. Is anyone else still here? Aha, they are. Great. It's 5 o'clock now. I still do Sue next. Keep going in order here.
Are you coming here?
Marie's enemies.
I don't see who could have enough against her to want to do her in.
I'm just going to put an X. Doesn't seem worth figuring out how to summarize that.
Before the white man came to the island, the Maupitis lived happily. Now they've all left.
Marie's habits.
She's a great diver. She's explored all the depths around the island.
Oop, sorry about the bump. It is nice that there's like repeated dialogue sometimes, just because I don't have to write it down every time. Like a lot of times I'm just kind of writing a couple words and then dot dot dot, and then I've got like a longer summary of what that line is in a different column. Juice murderer.
I don't know, it's horrible.
Let's put an X. I also wrote horrible. I feel like sometimes it's helpful to make note of like how a person says they feel about a thing, even if they're not really saying much.
It gives me the creeps.
Lucie's departure? Oh, was that's maybe that was the statue.
It's funny that she left without saying anything to anyone. I owed her money.
Left without saying anything. Owed Sue money. And then the statue is what gave her the creeps.
It gives me the creeps.
Okay, that makes more sense. Bob Marie. This could be...
Let's talk about something else, okay?
This could be the whole stream today. Hello, Puzzle. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Lady in Black.
I don't know who that is.
Marie's bookshelf.
Maguy will tell you what was stolen.
Mr. Nuclear Monster. Hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope your streams have been good. Juiced Death.
I'm scared.
Strongbox.
What's a strong box?
Sure.
I'm scared.
It's fair. And locked room.
That room's empty. It was Lucie's room, but she left a while ago.
Empty. Oh, so we can probably unlock that. Basically, learn about Lucie from her also. Okay. Hopefully, Anita's still here. So once we're done with Anita, we're over halfway done with the topics we currently know. I almost did some of this off stream.
Nobody liked her. Anybody will tell you so.
Most people tell us the exact opposite of that. I knew this was going to be a tedious process, so I considered doing it off stream, but I decided to make you all go through it with me.
Man came to the island. The Maupitis lived happily. Now they all left.
I feel like if I'm trying to show an authentic, a reasonably authentic experience of playing this game, I should show the tedious stuff too. Like I feel like probably a lot of people that played this game and were set on solving it either did something like this to keep track of all this stuff, or would have tried to figure out how to get hints on the game. Marie's habits.
She always smoked a cigarette and drank a cup of tea before going to sleep. One time she dozed off. She nearly set the sheets on fire.
Cigarette and tea before sleep. Once nearly set sheets on fire. That's a lot of text in that little box, but we got there. Emote reminds me I got a Macintosh Plus recently. I'm afraid to open it and find out if the caps have leaked or not. Oh, the capacitors, yeah. Yeah, I picked up a Mac Plus recently, and I already have a 512K Mac, which is the one that we had when I was a kid. And that does not run anymore. It just beeps. So when I picked up a Mac Plus, I wanted to make sure that it was, going to require as little maintenance as possible. So I specifically bought one that it said it had already been recapped by a more qualified person, at least hopefully. So basically, any capacitors that looked like they needed it have already been replaced, and also like the disk drive had been fixed up and the monitor had been recalibrated. Although I was a little unimpressed with the state of the monitor. Like I don't know if maybe something happened to it during shipping, but it seems like it could use recalibrating. And while the disk drive was fine at first, it stopped working not too long after I got it. But I wasn't gonna complain to the seller or anything, because it still works. hopefully I can figure out what's wrong with the disk drive, and hopefully I can figure out how to calibrate the monitor a little better too. So I don't regret it or anything. Just a little bit of a bummer. At least I was able to rescue some important files off old disks before the drive stopped working. Juste's murderer.
If Marie weren't gone, I would say she was the one who killed him.
I remember that line, but it seems like such a weird thing to say. Dronon says, if anyone here wants a draft copy of my unfinished game guide for this, if you're set to accept whispers, let me know and I'll whisper you a URL to the text file. I will definitely be interested in checking that out once I've finished the game. Lucie's departure.
Ask Roy if he helped her get away.
Okay. Nuclear Monster says, glad it was recapped at least. I think I watched an Adrian's Digital Basement where he was talking about refurbing those floppy drives because some gear always breaks in them. Yeah. He made it sound like it wasn't a huge deal to fix, but it's also a wizard, so that might be something else. I don't think it's that kind of issue. Like the mechanism, like I think that's like part of the eject mechanism, and that's fine. It just like it seems like it works fine, but I was going through a bunch of disks, and at some point I realized that all the disks were unreadable according to the computer, even ones that worked fine before. Like I kept going through disks, and I was like, oh, I guess something's wrong with this, because, you know, not surprising, but it happened so many times I started to wonder, like, oh, did something happen to the drive? So I think like I'm hoping maybe it's just like the drive head needs cleaning or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully I can figure it out. Got a Blue Scuzzy 2 in the hopes that it'll mean I can skip using the floppy drive. I picked up a floppy MU, which it's just a little box that you hook up and put a little micro SD card in it with disk images and stuff that you can load up and even boot from, which has been great. So, you know, I can still use the computer and boot up from stuff. So that's good. Also, yeah, just reminded me, speaking of the childhood Mac, like I've known for a long time that I should have taken the battery out of that as soon as possible. Like by the time I learned about that concern about the battery exploding and leaking acid all over everything, I kind of already assumed it was too late and didn't want to like go through the hassle for something that had probably already happened. But I finally got around to it. The computer's been upgraded a little bit. It actually has a SCSI port over the battery door, so it was a little hard to get in there. But I managed to get in there the other day and get the battery out. And to my surprise, while it had leaked, it didn't seem like it leaked much. I don't think anything got outside of the battery compartment. So I don't think there's any damage from that, at least. So just with what little I know of old computers, my next best guess is like some capacitors need replacing or something. I don't know if that might have, you know, done damage or not, but one day I'll get around to trying to resuscitate that computer. It'd be fun to get it up and running again, I think. Statue at the pond.
An unexplained phenomenon empties the pool at a given hour. It's one of nature's miracles that science can't explain. The Maupitis believe in magic. Wallasu, the king of the spring in Creole, protects them against the demon of the pool.
That's so much information. Let's repeat that, and I'll try to figure out how to summarize it.
An unexplained phenomenon empties the pool at a given hour. It's one of nature's miracles that science can't explain. The Maupitis believe in magic. Wallasu, the king of the spring in Creole, protects them against the demon of the pool.
Wallaso protects against the demon of the pool. We've heard this before. But Wallaso protecting against the demon of the pool is not something I ever thought too much about. It's kind of interesting. Okay, let's see. Next page. Bob and Marie.
He's lovesick over her.
Lady in Black, who may or may not be this woman.
The Lady in Black. This is an investigation from a dime store novel. Why do you ask?
I'm just going to sum that up as dime store novel. Like, she's very dismissive of like the whole concept of a woman named Lady in Black, I guess. Which does make me wonder if maybe she is the Lady
like
in Black.
This bookshelf intrigues me.
Juste's death.
Why him? Why? It's too unfair.
Strongbox.
I've never seen one on the island.
Can't help but notice her sheer overshirt thing seems to be black. Oh. Yeah.
According to the papers, the network runs through the Seychelles, and the Seychelles are right next door, so to speak.
Last one.
Whenever a room is empty, Maguy double locks it.
Maggie double locked. Okay, that's 5 down and 4 to go. Although since Juste dies halfway through, we can't talk to him now, and like some of these questions we won't ever be able to ask him. Okay, let's figure out what we want to do here. I might want to follow one of these people. Let's see. It is 5:30. So, for example, Sue, Anita, and Maggie, we have almost no information about what they're doing during this time period. Let's follow Anita. Oh yeah, another thing. I'm not going to do it right now, but it'd be good to do this soon. There's a tree on South Beach where we recently discovered there's a hole in it, and sometimes there's money in that hole. The last time I checked, it had $40 in it, though I feel like when I first discovered it, there was I remembered it being $42. Like, I feel like it was kind of a less round number. But it's possible I'm just remembering wrong. Anyway, let's follow Anita and see where she goes. Right-hand room. Oh, okay. That's just describing where her room is. So she went into her room. I hope she doesn't just stay there the whole time. Okay, so it's almost 6. That one is Anita's room, right? I think so. I guess I'll just write down right-hand room. Just in case I'm wrong. Okay, continue to follow. Okay, 6:30, and she's still in there. Kitchen bar with Maggie. And it is now 7. Tronon says, but just think how much is in the tree now with interest. That's a good point. Okay.
Always under my feet.
Guilty as charged. Okay, so we made it to 7:35, I think. Oh, this is after the body is found? Or maybe, I guess my note is around 8. So maybe it's not. Oh, they just told you that Bruce found a body on the South Beach. Okay. We have Maggie, Bob, and Anton here. Oh, Anita left. Okay. Okay. Let's see. We already asked Bob and Anton everything. So Bruce, Roy, Chris, and Juste are the ones we haven't talked to. So all the fishing boat guys. All right. Let's go to where the body is and check the tree. Although, oh, it might be too late to follow. Let's see what happens if I try to follow Maggie. Okay, it's not too late yet. In the garden, Maggie and Sue. So it's 8:15. Keep following. So now it's 8:45. They're still there. In front of Maggie's.
So come with me.
Okay. I assume she won't talk to us.
Leave me alone.
Okay. Chris is here. Okay, so now it's 9:20. Let's ask Chris all our questions.
What for? According to what I know, she didn't leave anyone lukewarm, so she must have made enemies.
She didn't leave anyone lukewarm. So I guess what he's saying is like... Say that again?
According to what I know, she didn't leave anyone lukewarm, so she must have made enemies.
So like... I'm interpreting that as like she had like a strong personality, like either people loved her or like hated her. Polarizing. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here.
Bad, but I wouldn't want to live there.
Not bad.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Nothing about Marie's habits. What about Juste's murderer?
Personally, I suspect everyone.
Everyone did it.
I didn't have time to get to know her. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah, so I think that's a line that got me thinking it must not have been that long ago that Lucie left. Like, I mean, it could just be the translation, I guess, but like I didn't have time to get to know her makes it seem like she was still here when he started working as a fisherman. And I think that happened very recently. Whereas when other people talk about when she left, I get the impression it was, maybe a month or more ago. So I'm not sure which is correct. I don't know if it necessarily matters, but... Statue at the pond.
I couldn't say.
My favorite answer because I can just put an X. Oh, so we have body on the South Beach now, which is going to be right here. So now that's something we need to ask everyone we've already talked to.
If you had done your job, Marie would still be alive.
That's fair. Davor says, yay, finished cooking meal prep. Nice. Bob Marie.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Lady in Black.
I don't know who that is.
That's got to be a lie. Well, I mean, I guess that could be true. But like he's acting like he's never heard of a lady in black. But like we find information about her in his room, so
I'm like you, this bookshelf intrigues me.
oh, put that in the wrong spot. A lot of people are intrigued by the bookshelf.
You can't escape destiny.
Huh. I think that's the same thing Bruce says. Like, why does he think it's just destiny to get murdered? That's fucked up.
I couldn't say.
He's got a lot of non-answers about stuff, more than anyone else we've talked to tonight. But I guess that kind of makes sense. I mean, he just started working as a fisherman recently, so a bunch of the stuff he wouldn't know about.
I don't have anything to say about that.
But definitely some of these seems like he's lying about not knowing anything.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay, lots of X's. Maybe he's played this game before. Could be. Now we're alone, and we're still worn out. So it's 8:30. Let's go to South Beach. Bruce is here. We have not talked to Bruce yet. So actually, before we do that, let's look in the hole. It's dark as a dungeon in there. Let's search the hole. Put your hands on $40. Okay. Maybe it's always $40. That's all. All right, Bruce, let's talk.
Yes, sailor.
Bruce, I keep telling you I'm not a sailor.
Girls like her don't have enemies.
I'll have to put my hands on $40. Same.
I like stopping at Maupiti. I have my little habits there.
Have my little habits there.
She sang all the time. She always had a song on her lips. That girl radiated joy. All I can tell you is that it wasn't me who killed him.
Feel like that's not it's not a good way to not sound suspicious.
Roy told me that she got off at Port Louis on Mauritius. I didn't notice a thing. She was traveling as a stowaway.
Repeat that, please.
Roy told me that she got off at Port Louis on Mauritius. I didn't notice a thing. She was traveling as a stowaway.
Okay. Just trying to get the location down correct. Statue.
It's a divinity, a superstition, rubbish, but the natives believe in it heart and soul.
Take a screenshot of this because I just realized this is the most complete list we've had. Let's see, we still don't have the shots on here. Did we miss that? Yeah. Something weird must have happened that caused me to not get that as a topic. Let's see if we can unlock that, actually. Oh, Bruce is not. Roy and Chris are the ones that get shot at. But if we ask about 10... is it 9 or 10? On February 1st. Then we might be able to unlock that. Dave says, going to fall asleep in front of stream, so if I don't say it later, thanks for streaming. You're welcome. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. Okay. South Beach.
I'm telling you, we are all going one by one right up to the last one.
We're all gonna die. Yeah, I feel like the impression I get, I wrote that under Roy, damn it. The impression I get of Bruce is definitely not that he's a murderer. Like, he seems like he's really freaked out. Like, nervous a lot. He throws up when he finds Marie's body. He's saying stuff like this. Bob and Marie.
Bob would go to hell for her. He would spend eternity on a ghost ship if it were with her.
Let's see if we can learn anything about those shots being fired, even though he wasn't there.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There were shots fired.
Okay, so he mentions it, but does that unlock it? No, damn it. Okay. Hopefully if we ask Roy or Chris, we can unlock that. Let's see. Next question is Lady in Black.
I don't know who that is.
It's the same thing Chris said.
the one who broke in will let you in on it.
Juste.
You can't escape destiny. I've never seen one on the island. I couldn't say. I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay. We're getting there. Oh, let's observe. Nothing in particular. Okay. And now Bruce has left. Let's see. It's 10 p.m. I think very soon the game is going to end. Let's go to the pier. I think some people are there. Bruce and Bob. Okay. Let's see. I think we have one question we haven't asked Bob, which is the body on the South Beach.
She drowned. I didn't find any sign of violence, but she swam like a fish, so I think that it wasn't really an accident.
Okay. That's a pretty useful answer that we have never heard before. Interesting. So like we've heard from lots of people that she was a great diver. So like the main thing I can think of is, you know, maybe she was drugged or something. What are we doing different to get all this new dialogue? I mean, the spreadsheets, that's the main thing. Keeping track of what we have and haven't asked, and going through and being thorough to make sure we get all the questions from everybody. Yeah, it's definitely working. Also, another thing is that we're pretty late in the game, which is a time period we haven't. Often I get arrested before we get to this part of the game, so that is also helping a little bit. And also, last week I spent a bunch of time trying to unlock all of the topics. So like all of that combined is why we're getting all this. We are able to ask more questions than usual, and we're being thorough about asking them all. Okay, repeat that, please.
She drowned. I didn't find any sign of violence, but she swam like a fish, so I think that it wasn't really an accident.
Okay. So I think that's all. Oh, let's ask Bob about the time when the shots are fired.
There were shots fired.
I feel like everyone knows that. But that's probably not going to unlock the topic. Yeah. Okay.
The place isn't bad, but I wouldn't want to live there.
Okay. Bruce and Bob. It's now 10:25. I would love to find Chris or Roy. I should check my notes. Sue and Anita. Okay, we can ask them about the body. He says that.
Are you coming here?
Let's see. We might have just missed Chris being here. It's too bad.
Bruce said that we would all end up like that.
Yeah, he sure did. Okay. Okay. Anita's still here. Good, good, good.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
Mm-hmm.
I was at the bar. Bruce came into the saloon yelling that he had found Mary's body on the South Beach. She had drowned. It seems it wasn't a pretty sight. She was unrecognizable.
I'll just write down Bruce found her and unrecognizable. That is mostly illegible. It's probably fine. Then how do we know it's Marie? Yeah, I think that is a good point. I don't know. Like, it's possible it's not Marie. And it has always been kind of interesting to me that even like in the game menu, it shows up as body on the South Beach. Whereas when Juste dies, that shows up as Juste's death. But everyone says it's Marie. Or at least, you know, that comes up multiple times. I'm trying to remember. We didn't get a chance to look at the body this time, but we have looked at it before, and I can't remember what the game says when we do that. Not seeing any notes on it. Okay. Oh, I think it's game over time because the game has frozen up a little bit. And usually that's what that means. It was a pretty good run. We got a lot done. It was worth the effort. Anton comes to tell you that the Brisbane is going to hoist anchor. In the meantime, a boat from the colonial government arrives at Maupiti with 2 inspectors on board. You report the affair to them, then you leave for Japan. Watching Maupiti disappear over the horizon, you are seized by a bitter feeling of defeat. You failed in your investigation. This is, it's unusual that we get this far. We have gotten this ending before. But it's kind of interesting that, like, it's like a conclusion, like, nothing bad really happens to us, but also we definitely fucked up. I think I'm gonna take a break now. Let's see. We're at 32 restarts. I think when we come back from break, I think we'll start the game over this time. There's at least some things I want to check out very early in the game, like I want to move that fish tank and see if the same things are behind it early in the game. I want to see if we can figure out when the money appears in that hole in the tree, and we'll think about what other things we want to investigate. But I'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes or so. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Um, hello, Pixel Turkey. This emote is very good. That's the wrong ears. I hope you're doing well. Derek Ironbrett says Robot Spacer needs to add his spreadsheet to the wall in this image. One thing I have considered doing, I don't know for sure if this is going to be worth the effort it will take me to do, but I've been spending too much time working on my website, robotspacer.tv, and the one big thing I have yet to do that I want to try is to take photos of all my notes and maps and put them on the site for my past and ideally my current streams. So the thought is, if I can figure out a way to do this efficiently, like every week after stream, I take photos of my current notes. And I mean, I've already got a camera up here. So, and you know, a nice white surface to take the photos on. So ideally it shouldn't be too hard. I just have to like figure out a way to automate certain parts of the process. So if things go as planned, like while I'm streaming, if you're interested, you can like go to the site and see all my current notes and maps as they were, at the start of stream. I don't know if that's of interest to anyone, but it seems like it might be fun. I figure I'll at least give it a shot for like one game, and we'll see how it goes, and if people actually find that interesting or useful at all. But definitely, like if nothing else, I wanna keep a record of past streams, just because I think it'd be fun, and even if nobody looks at it, that's fine. Didn't even realize it, and I had it until now. Nice. That's the best, when you just find an emote you got. That's great. Look at that horse go. Doing fine. That's good. Okay. Let's start over for the 32nd time. I wonder what... Is this maybe the game that I've started over the most? Had the most endings in. We didn't fully start over all 32 times, but we certainly started over a lot. Derek Heinbrett says that would be a great addition, even if it's just at the end of the game, but it would be cool to see a time lapse of the notes evolving. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that. All right, so what were the things I was just saying? The money hole and the fish tank are the two big things I want to see early on in the game. But let's start with my to-do list here. These aren't all things we need to do, but there's a couple things in here that seem like they're worth doing at the beginning of the game. We want to grab some money. We want to look at Marie's room pretty quick. I think maybe we'll go there right now. And then after we look at Marie's room, we'll go into Anita's room. Hopefully the timing will work out well, that she won't be in there at that point. And then there's a couple things we want to do in there. Actually, no. Let's go to South Beach first. Let's start there. And then we'll go to Marie's room. So let's see, Maggie's. South Beach. So we can do this real quick. We're just trying to make sure that it's empty. Search the hole. Nothing special. Okay. Let me just make sure I didn't miss it. Okay. So it's empty now. Connor says, I watch a guy that is beating every NES game, and he scans copies of the manuals and all his maps and notes, and it's a great archiving process. Wow, that, like, doing the whole manual and stuff, that is, sounds like a big effort. But yeah, I think it's neat to just, like, I love, like, even if I'm not, like, looking at them closely or anything, I love to see other people's, like, maps and notes for games, and just kind of, it's just kind of interesting to see what that looks like for different people. Okay, so here's Marie's room. Like, here's that broken glass. Here's the fish tank. Here's the, let's look at the tea first, because that's one of the things we wanted to investigate. And I want to make sure I don't forget. It says, in quotes, tea for two. I feel like that's not meaningful in any way, but it's hard to tell. Let's smell the tea. A slight odor of camphor. Camphor. I am cheating a little bit by Googling camphor. Um, but we had a set of encyclopedias when I was growing up, so I could have looked it up in the encyclopedia. um, so like I feel like this isn't completely cheating. Like there's ways I could get this information. Um, but today camphor is usually made from turpentine oil. Camphor has a very distinct smell. It seems to stimulate nerves and help with symptoms such as pain and itching. So that's interesting. Used to be made by distilling the bark and wood of the camphor tree. Has a strong aroma. 6-7 says, "What's a camphor? Roasting marshmallows and singing songs around the fire." Hello, B. Good to see you. If you know anyone who has used Tiger Balm after sports, you'd know the smell. Interesting. I can't say that I do. Now I'm wondering if I have ever smelled it. But you mean she jumped into my chair and lapped and is now staring at Robot Spacer. Great. Okay. So is there anything else we can do to examine? I think we tried search. T for 2. Read, sleep, smell, sound. Probably not useful. Zing, zing. Take. I don't think we can take it. You can't have everything. It has always been interesting that we get like a higher res bit of art for this item. There's a few things like that where we can take the item, and then there's things like this where I assume it's just done to kind of call that item out a little bit, make it more clear that it's important, I guess. Which, now that I'm saying that out loud, like there's a fish in Juste's house that is high res. And I still don't know what that could have to do with anything. We'll try all the verbs. You're giving your shoes a drink. Huh. Is that saying there was liquid in it that I've now dumped onto my shoes? Don't really know what to do anymore. That's so true. You have nothing in hand. Oh, because we can't push on. You're not making any progress. I assume we can't open it. Okay. Did I turn this? Yeah. Okay, so there's that cache. And also, it looks like this is some broken glass, but it's hard to be sure. And if we open the window, like this now makes it more clear how broken glass might have gotten into here, or maybe the broken glass came from the tank if that is broken. But like I feel like things must have been in this setup when this glass got broken. Let's see, is there a gun in this? There's a lot of guns in various rooms. I feel like I asked this question and searched here last week. Yeah, there's not. But there could have been. There's also this not lit match. There is a match down here. Unclear if it used to be lit. But I feel like that's got to be suggesting something. I guess we know that Marie would have a cigarette and tea before bed. There's an ashtray here. So like maybe this is trying to suggest like she was getting out a match to light a cigarette when somebody broke in or something. I'm not sure. Let's try examining this. Doesn't smell like anything. Not striking. Smell something burning. Huh. So is this suggesting that the match is used? Is that what it's saying? Ms. Wright, good to see you. How goes the Maupiting? Pretty good, I think. We spent a lot of time making additional spreadsheets, but it helped me find some dialogue we had missed, so I think it was worthwhile. We've got 2 sheets here of, we got names along the top and then topics along the side. And I've just been filling in a short summary of what everyone says. Mostly the goal of this is to, see the gaps. So like if I'm talking to someone, I already know what questions I've already asked them, so I don't need to repeat them. And then for the other people, I know what we still need to ask. And it's been working out pretty well. Knowing this game, smelling something burning might just you be having a stroke. Could be. Let's search this cache here. You put your hands on a jewel box. So this is really interesting. Like, it looks like it opens, right? But I don't know if there's any way we can open it. It's also got these stones along the side that the game describes in a very similar way to, there's a medallion we can find in a fishing net. And someone tells us that Juste and Marie both had one of those medallions. Did I make a note about that, and can I find it? Yeah, can't find it. I'm sure there's a note about it somewhere. And thank you for all the lovely, I was going to say green emotes, but this one is not. Oh, it's one of your own. Coco. What is this creature? Is that some sort of coconut creature? It's great. Can't hear anything right now, but I wanted to continue to Frog's Time. Thank you. You can't hear me saying thank you, but I appreciate it. All right. So we have this jewel box. Oh, right. It's got an inscription under the box that Gemini's twins and indivisible. Which made me think, like, if Juste and Marie both had one of these necklaces, maybe this inscription is referring to the two medallions, excuse me. It might also be a necklace, but I don't know. Are people talking about how cool my frogs are? I will assume yes. Yeah, that's all anybody can talk about. Smell. Missing a sixth sense. Touch. So when we touch these, it says the stones give way when you touch them, which is the same thing that happens when we touch the stones on the medallion. What happens if I touch elsewhere on this? Oh, it says the same thing. Interesting. Okay, well, let's take that. And then we have this letter. Djibouti, December 26th, 1953. My love, soon I'll have enough money to take you far away from Maupiti. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. I love you, Bob. I had forgotten about this when we were talking about the relationship between Bob and Marie. We'll take that as well. A sheet of paper. Oh, right. This kind of seems like it's maybe a list of the songs that the piano can play or something. It's a player piano. I don't know if this is important. It's interesting that it's in here. It's really interesting that it's in here, but I don't know if it's important in any way or not. Let's take it and show it to some people. And that's everything. Cache. It's redacted. Okay, let's search in here again. Coral. Glass. A stone. So this stone, it's got a little skull on it. The game won't tell me anything about it. It's rough. That's it. But it looks like it might be a close-up of what the game calls a stone on both that case and the medallion. I don't know if it's the same type of thing or not, but I feel like it's probably related to those items. But I also don't know, like, I guess it's like the point and click gamer in me wants to like combine these items, but I don't think that's something we can do in this game. Like, the only way I know how to use an item on another thing is if the other thing is in the scene somewhere. Because like if I choose put, then all I can click on is the scene itself. It's so weird that, like, if you choose self-search, it'd be great if you got the menu of options you can do. I think my number one note on this game is it would be great if you could access that menu through self-search. I almost wonder if that was, like, the intention and it just didn't ever get implemented. So like if we take the jewel box and drop it, then select the stone. I guess I'm just curious what happens if I put this on the icon in the corner. It doesn't do anything. I kind of figured. I just wanted to try it. I'm trying to think if there's any way to use two items together that I'm not considering. Let's see if we can go in Anita's room now. This one? Oh, that's Sue's room.
Wanted to see me.
Did I want to see you? I don't think I did. Thanks, though.
I'm listening.
Right hand room. Okay. Yeah, so right hand room is Anita's room then. Maybe someday I'll consistently remember that. I doubt it. Use the boot on the cat.
You wanted to see me.
No, I didn't want to see you. I really hoped you would not be here.
Everything was as usual.
I do keep thinking about different categories of question and wondering like if we should start keeping track of like certain items. I would love to know if I've asked everyone about that item. Speaking of which, I should be asking everyone about the stone and the box here. I don't remember if we asked anyone about the jewel box. Seems like I must have. No, didn't know anything. It's maybe dumb, but can you interact with the windows of the locked room? Like open the windows and climb in? I have tried that. And I don't think that's dumb. I think, given what I know about this game, that is a reasonable thing to try. Show her this letter.
He's lovesick over her.
Yep. And then sheet of paper is the list of songs.
You think that's a clue?
No, honestly, I don't. But I was wondering if maybe you thought it was. So just to be thorough and make sure, let's like look at the window. The blue room. That's interesting. I don't remember. You're searching in the dark. Open. The window opens from the inside. Yeah, I remember that response. I was certain that I tried it. I just couldn't remember what it said about it. I wonder if I could attempt to break the window. I think the stone is a small thing, but let's see what happens if I put it. Putting yourself out for nothing. Never mind. It's locked. Okay, so let's go to Sue's room.
You wanted to see me.
Show letter. Okay.
Let's talk about something else, okay?
Doesn't want to talk about the letter. That's interesting. That's the wrong thing.
I'm listening.
Sheet of paper.
Those are titles of music scores for a player piano.
Oh, that was interesting. She said for the player piano, but the text on screen said for a piano. It's different. It's interesting that the text to speech was different. Like I would have assumed that it used the same text. Jewel box.
It's not mine.
Okay. Let's see if we can. Oh wait, someone else. Well, we'll see if Maggie's here. because we want to unlock the Lucie topic. Maple Mystery, hello, welcome, y'all. Happy Crimson Tuesday. I hope y'all had a good stream. Ahoy to you as well, Edenwaith. How is Denarius Avaricus Sextus going? Exciting news. I've been making more spreadsheets. I finally broke down this week, and I started making spreadsheets of the dialogue. So I decided for at least the list of topics we have that you can unlock more of as you play the game, I wanted to keep track of whether or not we've asked everybody those questions and just a short summary of their responses. And it was useful. We discovered some new things, so I believe it was time well spent. Let me catch up on chat here. A lot of things all popped up at once. Old School Jay, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Mousimus, Pengo Ray, graph paper indeed. I picked up this book of graph paper specifically for this game because I knew I needed it. I, for a while now, have been keeping this. This is basically a schedule of time. Like I've got times down the side, and then I've got a couple of like topics and mostly people's names along the top. So this allows me to keep track of what all the characters are doing throughout the day. The way this game works, like you're meant to like repeat the game a lot until you figure everything out and keep track of what everyone is doing and stuff like that. So that has been very useful. Edenway said, how are your Mac-like icons going? Anything released yet? Are you referring to the I posted about some icons the other day that were for my website, which you can see them in action on the website now. In the little sidebar thing there, which if you're on a mobile device might be at the bottom of the page. Dialogue spreadsheet, my old friend. I watched your VOD, so much progress last week. Yeah, that was exciting. We were just looking at that fish tank again. We have just started the game over for the 31st time, I think it was. So we're very early in the first day right now. Derek Andret says, that is weird. It makes me wonder if the text-to-speech has different text to spell things more phonetically to get it to sound more correct. Yeah, I was wondering that too. Although, like, it seems weird, like, people don't pronounce Juste correctly. They say just. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just a quirk of, like, an English text-to-speech is going to have difficulty with saying Juste. Who knows? Usually keep game notes on like ripped up envelopes and printer test pages. Yeah, I do that a lot when I'm playing a game for myself. You know, I'll just grab a piece of scrap paper or whatever. But for my streams, I've been keeping nice notebooks and everything. I have a lot of these. I had a lot of little notebooks like this lying around that I just never used. So I've mostly been using ones I had lying around, and I've purchased a couple. But it's been fun. Just checked out your black and white icons. Are those around 32 by 32 in size? I think the smaller ones ended up being a kind of weird 14 by 14, if I recall correctly. I basically I think I started out at something bigger like 32 and then kept shrinking them down because I wanted the pixels to be the same scale as everything else, but also I wanted them to be as small as possible. It was kind of a fun process. Maybe I should check if there's new notebooks available for merch. Yeah, I still gotta, I keep saying this. I gotta do it before I finally forget, but I gotta order from your store. I wanna buy one of your notebooks to take notes in whenever we stream together. I mean, I know it's fine, but I want to do it for me. Is this game like a huge logic puzzle? Um, I I don't know that I would describe it that way. I feel like mostly the difficulty in this game is um like it feels kind of realistic in a way, like, if you're a real detective trying to solve a murder, like, you're going to have to be probably pretty methodical about investigating things, and, like, some tiny little thing you might never think to look at could end up being an important clue. Asking a person just the right question and keeping track of what they say could end up being super important. Um, so, like, I feel like a lot of it is not so much logic; it's just figuring out where those little bits of information are, and then eventually I have to put it all together, right? Um, so I feel like I've had to do a lot of, like, making assumptions about how everything fits together. Hopefully eventually I'll have, like, more pieces, and it will uh feel a little bit less like I'm just purely making guesses. um that's the hope anyway. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case, but hopefully I'll piece it together and, like, feel like, okay, I'm confident about what uh I've done with all this. It'll be interesting to see. Love the artwork here. Look at all that dithering and the green background. Yeah, the art in this game is fantastic. It's interesting. Like, it started out in as an Amiga game, um, and I guess the Amiga had a pretty big color palette, like 4,000 some characters to choose from. So this is the DOS port of the game, which, despite being a VGA, like, you can run it in a bunch of different graphics modes, but this is in VGA. There's only 16 colors on the screen at any time, but we have a much bigger color palette than, like, the EGA color palette. So there's, like, a lot of variation. Like, every scene has different versions in different hours of the day, and, like, it's not even just, like, daytime and nighttime. It's like, sunset and early evening and stuff like that. Like, there's just a huge amount of variation. So it's pretty neat. I like I like what they did with the graphics, and it's a really nice use of a limited color. Silver says it's like a huge puzzle without rules and outright missing pieces, and some pieces are misprinted. Also, some of the pieces will kill you because you rotated them the wrong way. Yeah, I think that's a good explanation. Thought they would have used the Amiga 4096 color mode. That one is really complicated and you can't arbitrarily choose colors. It was probably 64 color ECS extra half bright mode, or maybe AGA. Clearly, you know a lot more about Amiga graphics modes than I do, so I trust your judgment on this. The stuff I was saying, is just based on, like, a very brief look at how the Amiga worked. So I'm sure you're right, but it does seem like there's a like, I looked at the graphics of the DOS version, and, like, it's always a 16 color palette for any given screen, but it seems like they have a good amount of colors to choose from, because there's some nice variation. But I could see it, maybe being a much smaller palette than the 4096 for sure. I didn't mean to get all well, actually. No, I appreciate you sharing your knowledge. It's great to learn a little bit more. Amiga modes are really weird, though. Yeah, it certainly sounds like it. Okay. I got so distracted I forgot what we were doing here. Oh yeah, we have some items that we found, and we're showing them to some people to see what they have to say. I might have.
She would never have wanted to leave with him.
Oh, okay. So the letter I just showed her was like, we're investigating a missing woman named Marie. And there's this guy named Bob. He's a captain of the boat that we came in here on. But he's in love with Marie. Like the note we just found ends in "I love you." So he's 100% in love with her, but we didn't know for sure that was one-sided. I kind of suspected it might be, but that's like the clearest bit of information we've got about that. Oh, I have so many notes, it's always hard to find. Oh, Marie, okay. So let's repeat that.
She would never have wanted to leave with him.
Maggie, Bob. She would have never wanted to leave with him. So let me give you a shout out, Old School Jay. Hope your streams have been good. My problem with time travel is the dreaded 404 era. Hinton, thank you for the Pride Bees and pizza. 4096 is a hold and modify mode, so the colors of each pixel are based on the 3 previous pixels, and you can only change one attribute per vertical line. It's really only used for digitized art. Interesting. That sounds complex. You're welcome. Okay. Wrong menu. We got some other items here.
Listening.
I really hope someone can tell us about this jewel box we found.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
That's what I figured. Oh, Juste might have something to say about that. Sheet of paper.
Those are titles of music scores for a player piano.
Okay. Let's see if we can find Juste and ask him about that jewel box. Before that, though, let's see if I can get into Anita's room now. Dang. Please leave. Please leave your own room so I can snoop around. Okay, we'll come back. Bob's here. We'll talk to Bob.
What do you want?
So this will be interesting. We're showing him. This could a thing we have learned about this game specifically from Drone on One in chat, who has played the game before and is also writing a guide for it. There's like a hidden sort of like a trust meter of how the other people, the other characters feel about you. And if they distrust you too much, you'll get a game over. So I'm showing Bob a letter he wrote to Marie. So like, obviously this is something I've stolen that I shouldn't have. So this is probably bad, but I'm going to do it anyway. Like, we're getting lots of game overs. It's fine.
That's mine. Give it back.
Okay. Respectfully, no. I'm going to hold on to it so I could show other people, but I'm sure I'll get arrested for it later.
This page is in Marie's handwriting.
Oh, okay. So the list of songs was written by Marie. we know, like, I think it's Bruce that said she's always singing. She always had a song on her lips. So maybe this is just kind of another reference to her interest in music. Which, you know, it sounds like it's probably not something too important, but I wonder if her interest in music is going to be important in some subtle way. Jewel box.
I couldn't say.
Okay. Let's see if we can go in Juice's house. Maybe he's in there. No. Okay. It is 1:30. Oh, he's eating. And then he'll come back to his house. Ah, lots of people here. Great. Oh, Juste we have not added to our spreadsheet. So we got lots of questions. Well, we don't have a lot of questions unlocked yet, but we can ask him what we have. Let's start with our items, though.
Protect Bob against love sickness.
Yeah, he probably needs that.
I don't know. I really don't know.
I'm going to be so sad if he doesn't say anything about this jewel box. I'm very prepared to be sad.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Really? I feel like you do.
If I find out something about that, I'll let you know.
The reason I feel like he should have something to say about those items is I feel like they're connected to, based on their appearance and some of the descriptions about those items, I feel like they're connected to this medallion we find later, that apparently he and Marie both had one of. So let's go through this list as much as we can.
Everyone adored her.
It's funny, oh, let's zoom in. It's just funny to see these right next to each other. Anita says nobody liked her. Juice says everyone adored her. I think one of them must be wrong. But like someone else says, she didn't leave anyone lukewarm. So like very polarizing. Everyone either loved her or hated her. So like that kind of fits with that.
Madam Maguy is the one in charge of Maupiti. She gave me work and a house. That's how I can stay here.
Okay. Thank you for the flush on Secret Crush.
She always listened to the same music on her piano.
So you gotta do the scream. If you do the scream, I know what's wrong. I know I've done something wrong. What did he say?
She always listened to the same music on her piano.
On her piano. On her piano. Let's see. Bob and Marie.
Wanna to protect Bob against love sickness.
Juste. And the locked room.
I couldn't say.
Nothing. Okay, so let's see. I think Maggie was here. Okay. So if we ask her about the locked room, we can unlock another topic.
You need me for something, love.
Notes. Okay.
That room's empty. It was Lucie's room, but she left a while ago.
Okay. And if we sneak into Bob's room, we can unlock the Lady in Black topic. That would be good. Oh, and we need to get in Anita's room also. Okay. I really want to fill in as much of Juice's questions as we can. Since
Yes, sir.
he unfortunately is not around for long. Lucy's departure.
I don't know where she went, but she's the one who tore up my house. She stole my amulet.
Okay. I can't help but wonder. He says amulet there. And here on the ground is an amulet that belongs to Juste. But when we show it to him or give it back to him, like his reaction, like it's not a reaction of a person who is, seeing a thing that was stolen from them. And I wonder if it's possible when he says amulet in that dialogue, if he's actually referring to the medallion. I don't know. I think that we don't find the medallion until after we have run out of opportunities to talk to him, basically. So I don't think we can ever show that to him. Marie was secretly in charge of a trans-Asian piano smuggling operation. That makes sense. Okay, Anita's out here, so we can go in her room now. I'm going to make sure I'm quick here in case she comes back in. So we want to take this key on the ground. I want to open, I think, the left door here. Search. And there's a newspaper we need to read. And this article unlocks a topic. Stop. Okay. Okay. So we've done that. What next? Let's go to South Beach again and check the money hole. There's a tree here that's got a hole in it. And at some point money appears. And it's there already. Okay. Oh, maybe I knew that. Oh, Maggie and Anita just appeared. Shit. Oh gosh, my notes. Disaster. Okay. I think it's here. 1 p.m. on the 1st. Okay, yeah. So it's 2 p.m. now. So it's already there at 1 p.m. I'm going to highlight this so it's slightly easier to find. So it's not there at the beginning of the game. At like, it was like 10 or I think we start at 10:30, so like 10:30, 11ish. I came here right away, and it was not there yet. So somebody comes and puts money in this tree very early in the day. And I think it stays there. Like, it was still there pretty late in the game before we got that last game over. Let's see what these two are doing. No comment. Okay. I'm just making myself a note here on my, even though I don't know exactly when it happens yet. I'm adding money in tree at 1 p.m. Like it can't be that much earlier than that. Or the money was placed there and the trees were put on top of it. I mean, the trees are here at the beginning of the game, but not the money. So that can't be the explanation. Okay, what now? I would love to... I would love to figure out more about the monkey statue, but I do not know how to accomplish that. Let's see. It's currently 2:45. So Maggie and Anita are both at South Beach. Nothing remarkable. I'm trying to think of what we want to do here. If there's maybe someone we want to follow, maybe we go to the pier and hopefully if Anton is there, he's not. Shit. Oh, he might just be on the boat. Like, I think he spends a lot of time on the boat around this time. Yeah, he's right here. Okay. Let's observe. Nothing to report. Like, he seems like he's just kind of doing boat maintenance stuff or on watch or various seemingly uninteresting things like that for a while. So it's currently 3 and he's in the corridor. And then I kind of think he stays in this area, so I'm not too worried about him. I also, like, I don't suspect him. Roy. Roy goes to Marie's room at 3. I would like to follow Roy. He'll be at the saloon at 4. He'll be at North Beach around 5, and then the monkey statue. I can't decide if I want to follow him from the saloon. Let's do a save. Slot 1. Let's go to Maggie's. $3.20. Let's see, I think there's a... Oh, it's not here? Pond, maybe? No. Where's Juste? There he is. Excuse me. I think we had one question to ask him that we have unlocked. No?
Always under my feet.
True, true. Oh, if we go look at the statue, we can ask him about that. Shoot. I was just there.
I couldn't say.
Okay. I think that's all we have right now. Let's see. So we can never ask Juste about the body on South Beach. So I'm going to put a big slash to differentiate that from an X. We'll never be able to ask him about his own death, obviously, or his murderer. We can't ask him about the statue at the pond once we go look at that. If we go to Bob's cabin, we can unlock the Lady in Black topic. And in a few hours, we can unlock the bookshelf topic. Okay.
I'm listening.
So I think we just need to look at this. Not open. Look. Heathen foolishness. Hopefully that did it.
Always under my feet.
Okay. Statue at the pond. Great.
The white man offended Wallace.
The white man offended Wallace so. What does that mean? Wallace So is the monkey, who's like a god to the Maupitis. The Maupitis put the statue there. They believed it protected them against the demon of the pool, is what Anita told us. Any white man in particular, or white men generally? I mean, it seemed like in general, but hard to be sure, I suppose. Let's go to Bob's cabin if we can. Let's see. It's 420, I think. I think that's right. So Bob is in Marie's room, so we should be able to go in his cabin. Which is in here on the right side. And I remembered this time. This empty cubby up here is where we want to look. Letter. I don't think we need to take this. Captain, the shipment will take place tomorrow, Monday. The loading will be during the night. The place of the loading will be indicated to you the next time. If you agree, hoist the yellow flag. Faithfully, the Lady in Black. I just had the thought that, like, it seems like this note is super recent. I mean, it's possible it's old and this is referring to a shipment some other Monday. But, like, it seems like this is, like, something super recent. Because the strongbox, the following day is Monday, and the strongbox appears at like 5 a.m. So during the night. But then there's a follow-up note. Well, it seems like a follow-up note. So maybe this is referring to something in the past. I don't know. I'm disappointed I counted on your boat. You put me in an embarrassing situation. I have to take serious measures. Accept my offer or I will no longer be responsible for Marie's life. This one's not signed, so we don't know that it's from the same person. I guess the biggest thing that makes me think they're related is if we show them to people, like, the responses as though these notes are a set, and, like, we always get the same response regardless of which note we show. So I think it is reasonable to assume that they're both from the Lady in Black, and that the second one is like a follow-up. So maybe that is just something that happened in the past. But I think it's also somewhat reasonable to assume that the strongbox is still related, and, like, it's a similar situation happening. I don't know. But regardless, we should have that topic unlocked now. So if we can find Juste again, we can ask him about it. Oh wait, we have another person. Roy. Okay. So we also need to ask Roy all of our questions. I kind of forgot about him. We never came across him. That's kind of interesting. Where? Okay. I'm just looking at my notes. Like, Roy is like a major suspect, and there's a huge chunk of time here at the end of the second day where I have no idea where he is. He does show up on the pier around 8. But it is kind of interesting that we never ran into him once. Okay, where's Juste? 5 o'clock. North Beach fishing. Let's see. Oh, he's here now. Okay, great. It's easy.
Always under my feet.
People don't seem happy with me. Lady in Black.
The Lady in Black, she's the devil's mistress.
Okay. Oh, we might not ever be able to ask him about the strong box either. I think. Yeah. So we don't know exactly when Juste dies. We know his body is found at 7 a.m. the next morning, but we have never seen him past 2 a.m. So I think there's various other things. Like I think his body is dumped off the pier at 2 a.m. Um, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I am pretty sure he's dead at that point. So I don't think we'll ever be able to ask him about the strong box. Like, if he's not dead at 2, surely he's dead by 5 a.m. So we'll cross that off too. But once the bookshelf is broken into, we can ask him about that. And that just leaves Roy. So let's find Roy. Let's see. It is 5:35. Roy is at the monkey statue. No, of course not. Shoot. This is another big gap in Roy's schedule. Okay. I really want to figure out where Roy is. Let's just go everywhere and see if I find him, then I will follow him so we can fill in more of this gap. North Beach. Oh, Sue, Joy, and Juste are all here. That's kind of interesting. So it's 6:10 now. North Beach. I'm gonna click this. I think if I have that open, time doesn't pass. Hopefully, I don't want anyone to disappear on me while I'm writing this down. So that's Roy, Sue, and Juste. Okay, and we should observe here. Juste empties his nets. 50 meters away, Sue and Roy are talking. Huh. What are they talking about? Could have sworn Juste was at the strongbox shortly after it showed up. Maybe it was a different character. Anton is there shortly after that. I've definitely never seen Juste at that point in the game. Okay, let's follow Roy. If I can get it to work right. In Marie's room at 6:45. Okay. That's very interesting. Maybe it's Roy that breaks into the bookcase. Because this is exactly the right time. And if I go into Marie's room at this time, I will get killed. That has happened to me more than once. And there have been other scenarios where if I go into a location where I know Roy is doing something suspicious, I will get killed. I suspected it was Chris because he is outside of that building before and after when it's broken into. Good night, 6-7. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. So this is very interesting. Like, we've never seen Roy outside of the building before or after. So I kind of thought it was Chris. And since we see the two of them together, I thought, oh, maybe, you know, they're working together, you know, like, even if Chris is like, you know, doing some sort of secret agent thing or something like that, you know, he might have to, you know, break into a bookcase to gain Roy's trust or something like that. Okay. I wish I could learn more about this. I guess the best I can do is just continue following. In the kitchen bar. Okay. It's currently 7:25. Interesting. I wonder if he's going to stay there. I've gotten knocked out going to the bar at 11 p.m. And it seems like Roy is there around that time. Okay, no, he goes back to the pier. Okay. And I've been spotted.
So come with me.
I'd rather not.
I'm working.
Interesting. Genuinely did not expect anything other than I won't talk to you. Okay, so it's 8 o'clock now. And he's back at the pier. What happens if I try to follow him again? It might be, well, it's dark out, but I followed someone else after 8 p.m., I think. Okay.
Again.
I've never tried to follow someone immediately after getting caught, so I wasn't sure how the game would handle that. That's funny. They're on to me. All right. That was very interesting. I wonder what would happen if we followed Chris during that time. Okay. Oh, so now we can safely go into Marie's room and see the bookcase. And there's that book. I would love to know what book is missing from there. Huh. Stuff is back how it was. I feel like I left it. I don't know that that means anything. I mean, I did, yeah, it's empty, so I obviously went there. Oh, and I can't put that back? Can I push it? No? Huh. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, I feel like the game must have reset that, but I don't know if that's just like... Yeah, let's experiment. I think maybe the game just doesn't keep track of these things. But let's test it. Going out and back in and see if it's immediately reset. Okay, so to some degree it's keeping track of it. All right, where's Juste? Oh, this is around when Juste burns the wig in the stove. Oh, it's also almost time we can eat, I think. 8 to 9. Shit. Eat. eat before it's too late. Eat. Whew. Okay. We did it. A rare occurrence. Okay, so now Juste is... It's 9:45. Maybe at home? Shit. Don't know where he is. Between now and midnight. Oh, Roy is here now. So, like, if I come in here an hour later, I'll get knocked out. So I feel like something is happening in here. That is interesting. Let's do a save in slot 2. I should observe. Nothing to signal. Okay. Have you considered Olive? I often consider Olive. Men are there to pay, says Maggie, so make him pay. She's talking to Sue and Anita. Like, is this just like... Is this like saying, you know, get as much money out of guys as you can? Like, make him pay, like... That phrase, like, is so often used as like a threat, right? But I don't think that's the intention here. Are they getting stiffed? No pun intended. I mean, maybe. But to me, like, the two sentences together... It kind of makes it sound like maybe one of them is like, you know, doing things for free that you know, they could be getting money for or something. I don't know. Like so many things, we're not really given enough context to... Oh, they've left now. No comment. Enough context to fully understand the bits of dialogue and information that we do get. Okay, so it's 10 o'clock now. Let me just make a note here about where everyone was. Okay. Oh. Right. So Maggie is still here. And at one point, she told us that she heard a noise in the bar around 11. So that's another indicator of something interesting happening. I wonder if I hung out here. No, my notes say knocked out at bar or saloon. I'm trying to think of what I could do to learn more about what happens here. I could try hiding, but generally my experience has been that if I try to hide during a time when I sometimes get knocked out, like, it doesn't work. Like the whole getting knocked out thing is the game not allowing you to witness crimes firsthand, more or less, or like you're not allowed to see important events firsthand. Like you gotta do the work to, you know, piece it together instead of just, you know, figuring out when something interesting is happening and watch it happen. So like, you know, that makes it much more of a challenge, and like getting knocked out is just kind of a way of enforcing that, I think. Nothing noteworthy. Sue, Sue came back here. Interesting. Roy is smashed. He drivels his insanities like a lewd old drunk. Huh. It's interesting that Sue and Roy are together again. Like, they were talking about something earlier on North Beach. Let's see. So this is 10:20. Drunk. Okay. I have a save, so I think I'm just going to kind of, well, I don't think I'm going to die. I'm just going to get knocked out. So all the more reason to just kind of wander around here and see if we can observe anything before that happens. I'd like to hear the TTS convey Roy's insanities. Yeah, that'd be great. Sue is here now. Nothing in particular. And it's just Roy back here. But he's still smashed and driveling his insanities. So it's 20-11 now. I think right around 11 is the point where we'll get knocked out. And also the time where Maggie hears a noise. I think... where is Maggie? My notes say, she was in the saloon, and then she's at the bar later, but where is she right now? She's maybe just in her room? Still Roy. Let's check her room. Bruce is here. What's Bruce doing? Nothing in particular. Okay, yeah, so she's in her room. But obviously, she's very close by, so...
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
Okay, so she was trying to sleep. Oh no. Am I getting a game over? This might be the earliest game over we've had. We're setting new records here. Your clumsiness has returned to haunt you. The men have thrown you into your cabin and locked you in while waiting for the police who had been contacted by radio. For you, the affair is finished. I didn't even get to get knocked out. All right, let's load our save. Let's see, that was in slot 2, I think. Huh. Something like changed in this corner before it loaded this, like something in the corner of the cabin you start in. It looked like something changed down here in this bottom corner. I don't know what that was. So you died, I guess. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. Oh, we do have to update our count. I think that's 32. I went back too far. I've gone all the way back into my murder club notes. Where's my death count? Dead of Night notes. There we go. 30. Oh, that was 32. We're on 33 now. Great. Did you figure out who killed the island yet? No, I did not. It's definitely not going to happen tonight. Death count for Kitty. Yep. Killed by murder. Yeah. Okay, so we're back at 5 to 10. Okay. So we're not going to bother Maggie in her room. I do want to write down that she goes to her room. Let's wait half an hour. Okay, we got Sue and Roy here now. I'm gonna wait again. This might be risky. Okay, so here we go. You felt a sharp pain at the top of the head, then nothing else. When you came to, a half hour had slipped away. And Maggie's here now. Let's observe. Nothing remarkable.
You need me for something, love.
Tell me what you saw. Did you see anything interesting?
I heard noise in the bar. I went to see, but there was no one.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was here.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Scheduling.
I was in the bar.
Okay, so that was before she went to her room. Okay. So yeah, I guess there's no way we can learn any more about that from her. And I feel like it's probably too late to follow people. I don't know how we could learn. Maybe I should ask everyone if they noticed anything around 11. That's a good approach, I think.
I'm listening.
Okay. We still have a bunch of questions to ask Roy. I keep not doing that. Let's see if I know where he is now. Oh, he's sleeping. He's sleeping, and then he gets up at 11:30 and probably goes and does a murder. What should we be doing right now? So it's 20 to midnight. Maupiti, things change. Maupiti, they stay the same. That's what people say. So there's a lot of things that happen between midnight and 2 a.m. Anita goes out for a walk. She gets a note from someone that says to meet them at the well at midnight. So she goes out for a walk. She goes to the well. She gets to the well around like 12:30. But no one else ever goes to the well. So whoever was supposed to meet her there, didn't show up. And it seemed like the note seemed pretty genuine. Like, I mean, nothing happens to Anita, so it doesn't seem like it was a trap or something like that. So I feel like something unexpected happened that resulted in the other person not showing up. I strongly suspect it's Juste, just because like stuff is happening to him around then. It's kind of unclear what exactly is going on with him. Although actually we don't where I should maybe figure out where Juste is past 10 p.m. I might want to follow him around. Like my notes just say at home question mark, but we don't know if that's correct. It's locked. Okay. So he's probably in there. I think it's reasonable to assume that when the door is locked, he is in there. Until later when he gets murdered, of course. Oh, right, the dagger. Shit. I forgot about the dagger. Okay, so that's in there already now. When I found this, I thought maybe I had found the murder weapon because it was after he had been murdered. But given that it's in there already, dagger is old, it's several centuries old. It's got a dull blade. So I feel like it's probably not the murder weapon. But I do wonder if it might be something of interest. Let's just search all over the place. This seems like something that's can't possibly be worth doing, but like this is how I found that dagger. Like I've found multiple things this way. I don't know if any of them were useful, but we can also look like there's a penny on the ground here. I don't think that's anything important, but who knows? You're pottering around. Pixel hunting for the win, indeed. A lot of times with the magnifying glass, like you can see if you look closely that there's going to be something there. Like there's a couple pixels here that are, differently colored than everything else around them. And especially if something appears in the middle of the game, if you're looking closely, you can totally spot those pixels. But there have been other things that I have missed for a very long time. Cosmic Void, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Jesus, 120 already? Okay, so it's 12:35 in the game. Still locked. That I think at this point the door is locked until we unlock it. I'm updating that shout out text for next time. Okay. I don't know what to do. Like, we've already spent a lot of time investigating the events at this point, and there's probably ways to learn more about them, but I don't know how. Let's see. When does he medallion? Okay, the medallion appears very soon. Let's go to North Beach. I don't think it's there yet. Looks like around 1:30. We'll double check. Yeah, not there yet. Nothing noteworthy happening. Let's wait. Nothing to report. Okay, it's still not there. I think it's going to appear in the next 5 minutes. So let's just hang out here. And like, my feeling is that, you know, it's not like someone, you know, comes here and tosses it into the water. Like, I think it washes up from somewhere. So I don't think we're going to see anything, but we can double check. Just waiting for time to pass. There we go. Okay. Oops, that's not what I meant. Oh, there's a high-res net. I'm not sure if I've ever noticed that. Let's observe. Nothing remarkable. There's our medallion. Okay. You'll notice an opening on the lower edge of the object. Whoa. What? Oh no, something's happening. Am I getting a game over? Or am I getting murdered? I mean, same. Okay. Interesting. I didn't expect to get that when no one was around. Also, the clock glitch was interesting as well. I'm trying to think, does someone come to North Beach at that point? For taking the medallion? Yeah, I don't know. Does the clock usually go blank when you're dying? No, not normally. Like, I think it just, like, it was a little timing glitch. Like, I'm up late. I usually stream until 1:30, which is 6 minutes from now. But I hope you're doing good. This is the keyboard demo mode drum beat. Oh, man, I want to keep going, but I should wrap up. We did at least make some progress. As usual, not as much as I hoped, but we did make some progress. Do you need a hand? Very funny. We didn't ask Roy any of the questions. That's okay. We'll get him next time. So many spreadsheets. Well done. Thank you. I continue to wonder how long it will take me to get through this. like we've this week we found a little bit more information that we were lacking, but we didn't have any real breakthroughs like we did with the like moving the fish tank felt pretty significant, and like finding those letters in Bob's room, stuff like that. And I didn't even have a chance to ask anyone about the daggers. Oh well. Let's see. On Friday, we will finally be getting back to what's that other game I've been playing? Conquest of Camelot. I say finally. We only took a week off, but that's happened a lot. But hopefully I will not have to take any more weeks off from that game until we wrap it up. That's the dream anyway. We'll see how it goes. Let me see who's streaming here that we can go say hello to. And we will continue this a week from today, and hopefully spend more time solving mysteries and slightly less time making spreadsheets. But you never know. I might just start another spreadsheet. It's always a possibility. Very important. Unsecret Crush tomorrow is doing a special stream. Valentine's Day trucking stream. She will be playing Euro Truck Simulator 2. She has procured various trucking snacks, like beef jerky. She got a Baja Blast Mountain Dew today. She has some special channel point redemptions planned, I believe. So I'm very excited. I'm sure it'll be lots of fun. Trucking for love, exactly. Just poking through to see who we can go say hello to here. We've got lots of options. We don't get to say hello to Rush Pirate very often, so I think we'll do that. Dragon Warrior 2 Game Boy. Neat. I never played a lot of Game Boy. I never had a... I'm trying to remember if what I'm about to say is correct. Yeah, I never had a Game Boy. I have played some Game Boy games, but most of the ones I played were like on a DS. Rush Pirate 1, right? Yeah, that's it. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it always. I hope you have a good rest of your week. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you around. Bye.